Hello, boys and girls. We are back commentating for a little bit here um, at Positive Perception. I am Mark Renbury. I'm one of the founders of this particular um, community, should we call it, slash business livery design. Uh, the car on your screen right now is James White, part of the Rev Sport International with Angus Fender Racing team. They are hard fighting for the lead at the moment. They've got 2 laps on the Audi of Vink, who is literally actually just behind them, clearly trying to unlap themselves to really stage an attack in this last 2.5 hours of this amazing 24-hour event. It has been absolutely incredible. It's been there's been, some issues in places. um There's been a couple of, not in fact, protest-wise, myself and Ashkut were just talking about it just now. It's been 1 hour, which for a 24-hour race is phenomenal. It just shows you the quality and the respect that all of these drivers on track have for each other. It's been absolutely phenomenal. I'm really, really pleased. And the big news, about an hour ago, we exceeded the £1,000 for the Christie charity, which is an absolute amazing thing to do. I'm so chuffed. This little community of racers has done it again. They have succeeded in keeping dreams alive for the less fortunate, shall we call it, as we see now. So yeah, it looks like, I'm not going to say the race is done, because in endurance racing, you never know what's coming next. Will the number one team have issues? James White, Angus Fender, and the rest of them. Can't remember the names without looking them up. I'm not going to. It's been a long day. I've had about, since 8 o'clock yesterday morning, I have managed to have about half an hour in places. So I am pretty shattered, but I'm still here, people. I've been driving through the night with the 751 Mustang for Positive Perception, which is just lurking at the back of the shot there, the purple Mustang. Looking absolutely beautiful, I've got to say. But yeah, if there's anyone out there who would like to hop in for a chat, I can see there's 13 of you watching. Amazing. We will have full live commentary from David Wrestle, possibly from myself as well, for the final hour. So starting around about 1 p.m, there will be live commentary from our very own to guide you through the closing stages of this absolutely epic 24-hour race. I won't say it's not been without its challenges. There's been a few issues, but we have dealt with them along the way, and the community's really come together to help out with various things. We've lost a couple of teams. Unfortunately, we are down to 22. I believe the latest one went during the night through various reasons. One team, they actually lost one of their drivers. They couldn't find him. I don't know what the story was there. But unfortunately, they did not continue. I've been trying to get Dingo photographer in the chat. Izzy is trying to grab him. His stint is up next, though. Oh, that could be interesting to grab him for. See how long I can keep him talking, and make him fudge up something on the pit stop. Oh, what a move there! Vink up the inside of James White. Will he hold it? Will he hold that inside line as we go around the complex here? I'm sorry to say, I don't know the corner names. I am absolutely useless. As we cut away from that lead battle, this is the problem with the auto cameras. Sometimes they'd like to cut away. I can guarantee the last hour, David will be fully in charge of the controls. Hopefully, I think he is. I think that's the plan. Have to wait and see, boys and girls. I've just heard Dingo will be in the car at 12:30. He's got 15 minutes, is he? Get him in. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. Let's give you a very quick rundown of your top 10. We have Rev Sport International, Carnival 1, followed by the PLR Racing Team, as they were about 18 hours ago now, same positions. Followed then by Pooley in the 387 Ferrari. The EOS team is just behind them by about a lap, with the 305 Ferrari. There's a smattering of Ferraris here. Simtech Racing claiming the 5th and the 6th spot with their Ferraris. Evan Taffas with Denise Pope and the superstar Richard Pixley in the 79 Wild Things Nissan. Yep, you heard me right. It's Godzilla out on track. Then we have Ellenstrom in the 218 Ferrari, followed by Dan Crinson and Craig, who are hot stinting themselves in Dan's front room in the Lamborghini, and they're being chased down by my team, Positive Perception Esports, the 751 car, the beautiful Mustang. It is clinging on to 10th spot at the moment. We had a bit of a chase on our hands in the middle of the night. We wanted to get 36, but we kept ebbing and flowing with who was in front. Eventually I managed to catch them just before I handed over after a double stint to Simon Wilkes, and we kept the place. So we are in 10th. We're happy with that, but we want more. We're hungry. I'm so sorry, I'm yawning my head off. That's how tired I am. We're hungry for more. We want to get Crinson. He is our goal. Kevin Dubar there from HHD Racing. They've had a bit of a torrid time. I saw them with their bonnet up just before sunset. Bit of an issue with the Aston Martin there, but they're still going. They may be 25 laps off the lead, but they're still out there. They're still plugging away. It's absolutely brilliant to see the determination of some of these teams that just keep on going. As we see Sebastian Elstrom for the PLR. Right, so that's the sister car to the Vink car. It's currently sitting in 2nd place. They're also in the top 10. They're in 8th in the 218 Ferrari. Not sure. Oh, that is for position. That is for position on Evan Tafas. Through goes PLR Esports, taking the spot away from the Wild Things team. All that hard work from Richard Pixley in the middle of the night, is it coming undone? Who knows? Who knows? He did 6. I think it was 6 hours he did in the car. I'm just going to drag someone in now. Hello, Dingo.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you going?
Not too bad. It's been a long old night, hasn't it?
I don't know how much sleep you've got, but I mean, I think I've had about half an hour ish.
Yeah, I was hoping for a bit longer. I'm actually at about 2 hours down, and then I came back in for a 5 a.m. stint. Well, a 5 a.m. double, which, to be honest, I don't really remember too much detail about what happened, just that I was a bit off the pace.
that sounds like the nighttime blues that we all get with endurance racing.
Yeah, absolutely.
How is this your first endurance event, or are you?
No. So, well, this is my second endurance event. My first endurance event was not far off this time last year, which was at Spa for a 24-hour there, which at the time I asked our little group if we wanted to go and join. We said, yeah, and we thought this will be a well-balanced race, and it turned out to be sort of Veloci and all those teams. It was pro drivers and pro esports teams doing I think it was 6 hours of Spa, and us. So it was pretty terrifying as well, because that was a GT4 GT3 mixer. So we were in a GT4, with some GT3s coming in sort of 45 seconds a lap quicker. So it was it was a fantastic lesson in blue flag etiquette.
Yeah, I mean, Bathurst, as anyone knows, it is the greatest racing circuit in the world, if you ask me. I'm a big fan of V8 supercars, all stuff like that. It's the best racing track in the world for a single class.
Yes, that's fair.
As soon as you chuck in multi-class racing at Bathurst, even I walk away.
Yes, we have an interesting concept within our community, because I'm part of the Phoenix or Nix group, which is the 101 and the 102, and it's very much all abilities are welcome and all abilities are balanced. So if you come here and you're the sort of the top ends pro level, you're gonna be in a bopped GT4 or an M2, and then if you are brand new and not quite getting it, wanting to learn with the line off and all this stuff, then you're in a GT3 off at the front. And actually, we've Chris, the guy who runs it all, Crispy Flanker, he's done a fantastic job nailing those balances over our sort of championship lengths. Which it's nice to get everyone racing together, even if sometimes it does upset the pros when you disappear off on a straight line.
We don't mind that. I mean, it's a very similar ethos to the way we work at POSBA with our GT3 league. We split it pro, silver, am. We don't bop. We've never bopped, interestingly. This is the first event we have ever used a custom bop on.
Oh, okay.
It's been a faff, if I'm honest. But it's worked. It has worked, you know.
Yeah.
It's definitely worked. It was a bit of legwork to get it working, but we got there. But no, we don't bop. We tend to use the Kunos bop, but we still see an absolutely varied amount of cars on the grid. Richard Pixley, one of the guys racing today with the Wildfix team, the Nissan's his usual choice, and he's usually up there in the top end. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. How do you feel about Angus Fender joining us in the chat?
So that was a bit of a surprise to me. So I outside of jumping on this and then having a bash every Tuesday night, I do motorsport photography for Team Brit, who were in the British GT. We're now in the British Endurance Championship. But back when we were at the British GT, he was there with Century. So it was a bit of a surprise seeing his name appear.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's in the waiting room. I've dragged him in. Here he is. Old acquaintances can meet again.
Good.
How's it going, Angus?
It is just about still morning, so good morning, fellas. Yeah, I rose from a slumber around half an hour ago. Having last. Yeah, luxury, huh? I was planning on doing an all-nighter, but I finished my previous stint at like 6:45 this morning.
Wow.
And thought, I've got like a 5-stint break. I'll go and have a lie down, and before I know it, I've fallen asleep for like 4 hours. So yeah, and it was fabulous, and I'm now very alert and awake, as you need to be.
My question would be, as an IRL driver, did you prefer the efforts of actually getting back into a proper bed, or did it feel more real to sort of find yourself a garden chair somewhere in a corner of a room and try and get 4 hours there?
Yeah, it's nice to have an actual bed, especially my actual bed. I think back in Dubai in like 2020 when it got rained off, 24, not sure if any of you remember that. I ended up sleeping in like an office chair in like some random container somewhere, like the storage containers that you find on big cargo ships. There was like a couple of like fold-out army-style beds, which were as thin as paper, and then this one chair, and the chair was more comfortable than the beds. So it's nice to have an actual like proper bed to get into. That helps.
Is fantastic. So if you end up back in the real life cars, which we really hope you do,
yeah,
are you going to buy a motorhome to take with you?
Oh, we actually have a motorhome, but we can't take it to Dubai. Well, we have a little Sprinter conversion. But yeah, obviously you can't really take a motorhome to Dubai.
Not really. However,
no,
I know
they would
people
ask
in
you
Dubai.
questions.
It is. It's an incredible opportunity if you're considering going out and converting anything from a car to a lorry into accommodation. It's well worth making friends of a team and trying to get backstage at an endurance race to go and have a look in the paddock at some of the crazy creations people have. I mean, I've been in the back of lorries that have had sort of full team hammocks set up along the front, all the way to people in cars curled up in their boots just to stay nice and warm and dry. Because the joy is you've got all those showers and toilet facilities on site. So actually, really, all you need is somewhere comfy to sleep. And it's often the biggest challenge.
Pretty much. I think that's the hardest challenge of endurance, is finding a nice bed to use, basically.
So how does this compare then, Angus? You know, you're doing 24 hours virtually. How does it compare to, say, 24 hours in real life? Obviously, you've got less drivers for an in real life event, if I'm right.
Normally 4 is about standard.
Okay.
So yeah, it's fairly similar in that regard. Okay. The main difference is it's less lonely because we obviously we're in our various voice channels, so we can just chat to each other through the night. So although the number 776 car unfortunately had a bit of a game bug knocking them out of running earlier, a few of the drivers have hung around and just chatting in a voice channel with the guys in car 1, and it's been nice having them there, and it shows the spirit of all the people involved. And even though they were deprived of a race seat, they've still hung around and enjoyed the spirit of endurance.
That's fantastic. I did hear Mr. Adam Bent's
the one and only
voice earlier when I jumped into your stream to surprise you. I was doing a stream hop to keep myself awake.
Fair enough.
And ended up in everyone. Saw some interesting strategies with a few of them. Yeah.
Oh, I bet you did.
Interesting energy drink choices in one of them.
Did it involve alcohol by any chance?
It certainly did.
That explains some of the driving standards. That's okay. That's I'm slightly relieved to hear that, to be honest with you.
I'm not saying I had
be quite concerned.
Yeah, I mean, I had one just before my double stint earlier, but I think I did all right.
It takes the nerves away, right?
I've mostly been running purely off of those horribly sugary, the sort of the summer fruits juice you can get in milk jugs in supermarkets. Yes.
Oh no!
Yeah, it's you know what it's like. It's you got to just force yourself to just try and stay awake, isn't it?
Bloody hell. Yeah, I've been going for little walks between the stints throughout the night, which I found was quite useful. Yeah, a bit of fresh air helps. A bit of fresh through, and it was quite cold this morning because it's been a very clear, sunny morning here in the U of K. And it's been nice to go and just walk around and watch the sunrise, etc. All of that. It's all part of it.
It's so poetic. I love it.
Do you find that obviously when you are driving, you can get that little air slit in the window open and actually get some fresh air in? Do you prefer it sort of in a room with warm surroundings, or is it better to have that breeze on your face to keep you awake? So we're having a debate at about 4 o'clock this morning as to whether having a fan blowing in your face would be better to keep you awake or more likely to make your eyes hurt and fall asleep.
I'm just responding to a message. Sorry, I'd do that on quiet.
I'd be falling asleep.
Yeah, I've always found it easier to stay alert in an actual car because there's just more going on. You've got the vibrations through the car, you've got actual mirrors to look and turn to, you've got proper team radio that involves a button, so it's a lot less simple in terms of going about the processes, and I find that normally helps keep you awake, all the rattles and stuff in the car that kind of force yourself to stay alert. I found that to be quite useful, but it's easier to do really long distances on a sim, as I think some people here will know. I know when I hosted a 6-hour race at Paul Ricard last year, there were a few people who soloed the whole thing, myself included, and that wouldn't really be doable in an actual car, would it?
No,
sure. What we saw with Mr. Whitehead's efforts during the 24-hour Nürburgring, doing the entire thing by himself.
What a machine!
Just absolutely having attempted to do sort of 4 stints throughout the night. I mean, that's just absolutely ridiculous.
I'd just say that's borderline insanity, frankly. But you know, it's their own.
Didn't he go off? Didn't he do an LFM race, a pro race, or something like that? Not long afterwards, as well.
He's a machine. He just doesn't stop.
He really doesn't, does he? I wish I had that ability.
Yeah, it would be nice. It would certainly make, because we try and do the annual trip down to Spa for the 24, and it would certainly make just that normal drive in the civilian car quite easy to do if you could just keep going for that long, wouldn't it?
Yeah, very true. Slightly different categories, but you know, as long as you believe it's important, then I guess it's important.
Indeed.
I'm getting spammed with messages for you, Angus, from a former track acquaintance of yours, Aaron Morgan.
Oh yeah.
Who is he's telling me to wind you up about your pace.
What about my pace? I've got a fastest lap, bro. Chill out. Breathe in.
Do you, how certain are we, Angus, of the victory? That's the big question.
Well, I'm in till the end after this, and as the one who's like coordinated all of this and made the setup and everything, and put together the stint plan, done all the procedures behind, well, most of the procedures behind the scenes, bar driving the whole damn thing. I think, well, 22 hours in, we haven't got a single track cut.
What?
Yeah.
That's very impressive.
I'm not saying how much money I've got to pay out, but I've got to pay out a few fines for our
copy that. But yeah, we've just gone about our business and kind of kept it quiet. Other people have had slightly better like peak pace during his stint, but we haven't made mistakes that have cost us a lot of time. I say touching every piece of wood I can find. But with 2 hours to go, it's all just in my control till the end. And without trying to sound egotistical over here, I think I know how to keep the car in the straight and narrow for my 7th and 8th stint in the race. So I think we'll be okay. There's not a huge amount of pressure really.
No, well, it's been a pleasure driving with you on track. I have tried to get the brute of a Mustang out of the way. But
it looks like a bit of a barge to me.
What we've discovered, and we do regret, is we went max caster on the setup, which was absolutely fine when you're just hot lapping and testing a setup. Until you do a 70-minute stint with it, you suddenly realise, oh crap, this is heavy steering. Even on a 5 Newton meter wheel like I've got. I've done a double stint and my arms feel like I've been rock climbing for about 30 hours.
Yeah.
Hindsight is a beautiful thing.
Well,
sometimes.
Also, here's an idea for future. I have a stream deck in front of me, and on it I have 2 buttons that are bound to FFB increase and FFB decrease in game setting, so I can change it on the fly.
That's a damn good idea. I don't think I'm as professional as you to actually do that, though.
You can just have it on your keyboard.
I struggle just doing my brake bias.
Which brake bias? Yes. Good. Yeah, carry on.
Actually,
I just want to say I've upset Aaron. He's just want to say thanks for a shout out. Angus Fender now hates me.
Oh no, right. I find it quite difficult to hate anyone, so that's all good, mate. Don't you
worry. Single bad bone in your body, is there?
Yeah, I've been trying to summon your. I don't know if you do you remember? Does the name Matt Widowson mean anything to you?
Oh, I recognise the name, but I can't put a face to the name, I'm afraid.
So he is the Century Motorsport photographer.
Ah, okay.
And I've
probably seen some of his work in that case.
Yeah, well, I've been trying to call him out to try and challenge him to come down because I want to try and drag more people from the sides of the tracks onto the middle of it.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan.
Thought it would be a good concept of a race is to get drivers from teams to have mechanics and photographers and stuff to do a race whilst under the coaching of the drivers themselves.
That would be funny. That would be funny.
Don't put ideas in my head.
Right.
I will come up with it.
I'm sorry to cut along. a good conversation short, boys, but I'm out in the car in like 6-7 minutes, so I'm going to go and get ready for that.
Go for it. Good luck, and I will see you at the checkered flag.
Yeah.
Hopefully, David will be around to interview you as well.
Fingers
good luck
crossed.
for the rest of it. Good luck for the rest of the team.
And to you.
Keep plugging, mate.
See you on the other side.
I think I may have to make a move too, because I'm not actually sure how long it is till my next stint.
Not a problem. Not a problem. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's lovely to reconnect people as well. Absolutely love it.
No, fantastic.
And,
well, thank you very much for bringing me in. And cheers for the chat.
And thank you for ruining my grey matter with yet another idea that my ADHD brain will probably explore next week when I suddenly remember it.
No dramas at all. Anything I can do to help, just let me know.
Yeah, I've got contact. I reckon we can get Tom Onslow Cole out of retirement.
Yeah.
Let's get him. I used to be his go-kart mechanic, so let's get him going. I reckon we'll get him out.
Perfect.
No, absolute pleasure. Good luck for the rest of the race. Let's get that 101 car off the bottom if we can.
That is the plan.
It is a tall order.
Drive to survive. It's a drive to survive scenario, and we'll see what we can do.
You're only 6 laps behind. And
perfect.
Well, yeah, you'll do it. You'll do it.
I'll pull a miracle out. After that conversation with Angus, I'll start doing his lap times.
There you go. Absolutely perfect.
Right. Cheers, guys. Have a great day.
Have a great one. That was Dingo from the NRS Nix Racing Series, also known as Phoenix Racing Series. Just to really confuse you all. They're a great community as well. I've known those guys quite a long time through various other groups. Sorry, I'm just catching up with all the rest of the chat that's been going on the YouTube. Crimson 7 track cuts. Blimey, mate, you wanna calm that down. Bandy Leg, hey all, hey, how's it going? No idea if you're in a team because I don't recognize the name. And I've gone slightly mad over here, let's be honest. We are approaching 2 hours on the clock of this 24-hour epic adventure, all in aid of the fantastic Christie Foundation based up there in Manchester, helping support all the cancer survivors, any people diagnosed with cancer, and just any general help they can give to the friends and families affected by that horrible disease. They really are a fantastic charity. We've touched over £1,000 now, which is absolutely incredible. But keep giving more. I'm sure we can keep breaking the total and get even higher. And I've just been joined by the man who keeps handing out penalties with reckless abandon. No, he hasn't done many. Hello, Ash. How you going?
Hello. How are we doing?
I'm good. You've just missed Angus, your sim life teammate, giving us the lowdown on absolutely everything sim racing.
Yeah, he's an honourable guy.
Bandy Leg is in the slower PR team. The one who lost his pit limit button. Oh no! Oh,
how do you use the pit limit button? Did you wheel brake, or did it just disintegrate into the oblivion?
Or did you just miss it and not find it in the darkness? Because even I've come into the pits during my stints and suddenly gone, I think I'm pressing the right button. I really hope I'm pressing the right button. It's a heck of a race so far, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been good. I missed bits in the night time, but I've seen the bits until it got dark.
Yeah, I mean, two laps ahead. That's all that's separating car 1 and car 21. It's not quite your mega, LFM series and the other SRO Sports series where they're crossing the line half a second behind each other after 12 hours of racing or something like that. But still, 2 laps separating the top 2 positions is phenomenal, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty good for a smaller community. Yeah, we're not going to expect the kind of stuff that you see in the SRO. God, I'll put my teeth back in.
Yeah,
SRO sort of level drivers, because they are just ridiculous. But yeah, it's been a good race. Everybody seems to be enjoying themselves, and there's not been that much in the way of protests.
Yeah, no, I was touching on that earlier.
To be fair,
not much.
There's been there's been a few, but they are to be expected. It is a race with multiple cars on track for 24 hours. You're going to see some, but I don't think it's been bad at all.
No, it's been fantastic. I've just spotted there's a drive-through, unfortunately, for Lambert's in the 69 Ferrari down the tail end of the pack. Can only assume that is track limits. We in the 751 car, we have been through for 2, maybe 3 drive-throughs, I think it is. It doesn't look like the 69 car is going to lose a position because of their drive-through. Hopefully they'll take it. Hey, Danish Alonso. Are you related to the main man himself? I was the one who overtook the Nissan for position in the PLR Ferrari Team 20. Ah, you're the man that undid all of our man Richard Pixley's work in the middle of the night. His 6-hour stint. Terrible. How dare you? No, I'm joking. It was a fantastic, opportunistic move. Right, real kudos. I wish I had the replay buttons and I could have gone back and watched it again, but unfortunately we need Mr. Wrestle in here for that.
Where is he?
He'll be here for the last hour. He's probably still painting his bathroom.
I mean, bathrooms don't tend to be massive, do they? Unless you live in a mansion. How long does it take?
Well, the other side of Posper Towers. It's our London,
if only.
The London wing, as I like to call it.
If only, eh?
If only. But no, this is brilliant race. Lots of money raised. Just thank you to all of you for competing and plugging away and creating some absolutely gorgeous liveries, except for the EOS eSport one that's not actually showing on screen. Timed that badly, didn't I? Redline Racing, who we have found out isn't associated with a certain Dutch superstar driver, that still looks the part, I think.
Yeah, it's a nice looking Porsche. The only Porsche on the grid, I believe, as well. So kudos to them, picking something a bit different.
Yeah, it's been interesting to note. There's only really been a couple of cars where there's single cars out there. So the Nissan, the Audi, the Porsche,
the Lambo now.
Lambo now. There was another Lambo earlier.
It was a different type of Lambo.
It was the older gen of Lambo, as we see Alex sending up the inside there of Mr. Dunn. He's not going to be happy with that. He doesn't like being dive bombed, as our Colin. Stickler for the rules. Save your lapping for the straight. I'm waiting for Colin to do a little flashy of the headlights, which he no doubt will do. If there's anyone else out there that wants to come in for a very quick interview before we bugger off for 45 minutes just to recoup ourselves ahead of the final sprint to the line, please do make yourselves known. I know there's 20 of you out there watching. 17. Oh, it's gone down. That's disappointing. What did I do? What did I do, Ash?
Oak.
I was always told I was quite good at commentating. I've just seen in
because you're the boss, we have to tell you that.
I am the boss. You better believe it. 18. It's gone back up. There we go. That'll be my mum probably. Martin Roundtree from the Sim Racers Anonymous group. Probably the best team name I've ever come across. He's had a bit of a drama. He's pulled out the pits. His wheels freaked out and switched on off and on. Lost all the force feedback, and the wheel just wanted to turn left with almost full force on a 30 Newton meter wheel. Ouch.
That's never a good thing.
I mean, losing force feedback is one thing. Having your wheel actively rise up and go against you is definitely another.
Yeah, I've had it before.
Oh, really?
Game crash. Yeah, I had it at game crash and the wheel just starts shaking. and quickly jump the e-stop on.
I've certainly had it in different simulators. So Le Mans Ultimate, before they did a few updates, the very, very first version, you'd sit on the grid, and unless you were holding your wheel, it would just violently rock from side to side. It was horrendous.
iRacing's terrible for that. If you let go of the wheel, like going down a straight or something, you have to keep 2 hands on the wheel at all times, really.
Oh, wow.
Unless you've got a very strong right or left arm, whichever one you need.
Yeah. Yes.
Can get a bit shaky. ACC's pretty good at that, to be fair.
Yeah, you don't tend to get the horse feedback until you've fired up the engine, which is very true to real life, really, in a day-to-day car. But yeah, if there's no one popping in, we're going to bugger off for 55 minutes or so. We're going to get David Wrestle unchained from painting the bedroom or bathroom, whichever one he's doing. Pop your comments in the group, in the chat. Let's have a guess at what color the bathroom David is painting. I think that would be a fantastic little thing for him to come back to.
Yeah, I have no idea. He'll come back and be like, why is everybody posting just colours in chat?
Everyone, just do it. Please just do it. It will absolutely confuse him. It will make his day, I think. And yeah, we will see you all in about 55, 50-ish minutes time, where we will go through and finish off this absolutely epic adventure. Until then, see you in a bit.
Hello, everybody. Coming into the final hour. Thank you to everyone who has stuck with us throughout this race. Final hour, 23 down, 1 left to go. And I'll be with you until the end now. And anyone else who fancies to come and join us as well, everybody is more than welcome. Just drop me a little DM and I will appear. I say I'll appear. You will appear. So you can have a chat with us as well. Thank you to everyone who stayed in the chat for the whole way through. Especially through the change in streams as well. We've lost a number of people throughout the race, as you can imagine, more of attrition and all that fun stuff. But the sun has very much come out at Silverstone, as it has done in the UK as well, which is lovely. Very much sticking to the forecast. Angus Fender in the #1 Rev Sport team, leading the way at the moment. I've seen those guys putting in some pretty rapid laps over the last few hours or so, and have got a pretty decent lead coming into the final stretch, just under a lap as it stands. Back to Dean Zunabovic in the PLR esports team, one of the 2 PLR esports teams still running. We're bookended by a D photographer, which is an interesting name. Dingo photographer. I mean, I think we had a chat with him earlier.
I spoke to him earlier.
I was going to say, I thought you did. Welcome back, Mark. How are you?
I'm ever so slightly knackered, to be honest.
I mean, in the nicest way possible, you sound it. So,
funny enough, Valda said that this morning before she went to work. She looked at me and like, "You look tired." Yeah, yeah. Funny that. I've had possibly about an hour and a half here or there since 8 o'clock yesterday morning.
Should probably try to get a bit more sleep in, to be fair, mate.
I probably should, but you know me. I worry and I want to be on hand in case of any issues and all of that. I have just jumped in the shower though, so I feel a little bit more human.
Nice. I hope you're not commentating from the shower. That would be
no.
That would be slightly more worrying if that was the case.
A more interesting noise in the background. But I want to say a massive, massive, massive thank you to everyone who has donated for the charity. We are, drum roll please, while I find the relevant webpage on my phone that's burning up every time I open it.
Well, I'm doing a manual drum roll here. I don't know if anyone can hear it, but
I love it. We are on £1,003.
Da, 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 da. That is awesome. Absolutely awesome.
But there's more. So Dan Crinson, our favourite, he has had his own Just Giving page live for donations through his stream, through friends, through family. He surpassed £250 a long while ago, and the company he works for is going to match
amazing
amount. So we should see. I'm going to see if I can actually find his live stream. Jump on it quickly and just see if he's got the amount on there. Where is?
I know he hit 250 before, but I haven't seen it since.
Yeah, hold on. I'm on the way to find him. There he is, 757, the lovely Lamborghini. Where's the donation? There's the donation link. He has hit £258.
Wowee.
So double that. We have raised basically £1,519.
Seriously impressive, to be fair.
If I can do the maths.
Huge amount of money, which is really good to see.
Absolutely incredible. And it wouldn't be a charity event without me running off a list of names now, whilst I remember, whilst I'm still conscious and just.
Are you sure you're conscious, to be fair?
Oh, I'm not sure. Just about able to speak. I want to thank you, David Wrestle, for popping this live stream up, keeping it going throughout the night, and even jumping in and restarting it with the parts 1 and parts 2, and this one, the final part 3, on top of painting your bathroom.
Getting there. It's getting there.
It's getting there. I want to thank our stewarding team of Mark Neuterlings, Nick Karagianis, and Ashley Coupland. who between them have managed the very minimal, it's got to be said, protest that we have had throughout the event. I think there was only about 22 in total, which is absolutely brilliant.
One per car still running.
Amazing, isn't it?
Seriously good, yeah.
Absolutely incredible. In fact, sometimes that's less than we see for a GT3 round. It shows we just need to do longer events.
What are you suggesting? A 24-hour GT3 championship round every week?
Quite 24-hour, maybe two, 3. No, I'm not. That would be. I don't have the time.
Absolute insanity. You decided to do that.
Yeah. I'd also like to thank Colin Dunn, Jamie Buchanan for their hard work behind the scenes, keeping me sane, as well as all manner of POSPER staff that I need to reel through. In fact, tell you what, let's just do it by James Jackson. He's one I need to thank. He unfortunately snapped or broke his wheelbase, I think, during the week. So he's become our official event photographer alongside my co-driver in the 751, young Freddie Coleman Evans. They've both been fantastic supplying the Discords of various images. Massive shout out to Mark Cooper, who really wanted to race, but unfortunately personal life got in the way. We wish him all the well with everything that he's got going on at the moment. Big shout out to both the POSPER teams on track today. The 750 car, Jamie Buchanan and Colin Dunn, who I've already mentioned before. They've been joined by Benji Sherman, the man from Down Under, and Robert Besant in the 750 car. My own team, the 751, we've got Simon Wilkes, myself, Freddie Coleman Evans, and Tala Nabi, all the way from South Africa. A truly international team we have. Just want to thank them. And a very, very special thank, obviously, it has to extend to Valda, my fiance, who isn't here. She's at work. So this was perfect timing for doing an endurance event, for putting up with me and no doubt putting up with my snoring this evening.
I'll add a couple on to that. So big thank you to Alex Newman, of course. Dropped him. I'm not sure if we'll see him before the end of the race. I don't know if he's sitting around and mumbling around in the chat, but if we see him, then big thank you to him for stepping in and doing a lot of comms. He offered his services up completely last minute, and from what I've heard, did a smashing job whenever he's come in. Thank you to everyone who's come in and had a natter with us, whether it's been with myself, Mark, Ash, Alex, anyone in between. It's always nice to get people in and have a chat with you guys, even if you're not particularly having the most entertaining races. It's just nice to see and hear from everyone. And I guess two more. Firstly, a big thank you to everyone who's actually competed in this race. We say this like there's not 2 minutes left. There's 53 minutes left.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to do it while I remembered.
Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, massive thank you to everyone who's taken part in this. We have had some technical difficulties for some people, unfortunately. Kunos doing Kunos things. So some people have had to retire as a result of technical difficulties and all sorts of other things. But for those of you who have done 5 minutes, 5 hours, like however long you've done it for, massively appreciated. And last but not least, everyone who's watched the streams. Everyone who's watched all 3 streams, been in the chat, been lurking, getting the numbers up, hit the like button on the stream, subscribe. Like this 3 set of streams have seen some pretty serious numbers. I've checked the old YouTube Studio app after each one's been done, and there has been some serious collateral numbers on these. I've even seen people clipping them. I think one of them was for an incident, but the other ones I've seen were actually like interviews and stuff, which is really cool. So massive thank you to everyone for sticking around, whether, like you say, whether you're watching because you're in the race, whether you're watching because you've got nothing better to do, or whether you're watching because you can't watch the Nords 24 hours because of the fog that's currently around. Massive thank you to everyone as well. So I think we've now spent about, cumulatively speaking, Mark, probably about 8 minutes saying thank you. So maybe we'll just bring the race to a close at this point, shall we? Now we're done. We've done the thank yous. The gaps are massive at this point. I mean, the timing tower is definitely not correct.
It's just lap times, isn't it?
It's, I can tell you exactly what, I mean, to be fair, actually, no, it's not far wrong. It just doesn't look quite right. Oh, I know what it is. It's mine that's wrong. I've just realised now. I'm looking at the gaps of my broadcast app is telling me how many laps people have done, but the timing tower in ACC is correct. it just looks weird because it's, like I say, it's just laps. But yeah, Angus Fender and the Rev Sport team leading by 2 laps at the moment. It's pretty much the best part of 3 nearly. Martinioni in the EOS team, the 305 team, they have had a hell of a race, to be fair. I think they were the ones spun round in the first couple of laps, if my memory serves me correctly. So, smashing job from them to come back to be 3rd at the moment. I think they will stay 3rd because although Gilroy appears to be catching them, I believe that the 305, in fact, I believe the top 3 have all served their final pit stop now, whereas I don't know if Gilroy has, so something to keep an eye out for. A couple of laps back is Robinson in the 472, and then Van Lieshout in the 473, another 3 laps back, and then as you can see, it just starts to get a little bit more after that point. It's been, so I've been nipping around the Discord, so you've been close to it, Mark. There's been a lot of technical difficulties, I think, for a lot of people. It seems just a bit of a shame, but sometimes these things happen.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's that's sim racing. Unfortunately, it's a bit like going out in your real life car and having a breakdown. But for us, it's it's a hardware fault, it's a software fault, everything like that.
Absolutely, it is. These things happen. Unfortunately,
They do.
It's a byproduct. We've seen. I mean, the way I kind of attribute them is tech difficulties in a sim race is very similar to a mechanical problem in a real race. At the end of the day, you can't really get many mechanical issues in well, especially in sims like ACC. I don't think there's any I can think of. I think you can overdo the engine. I'm not sure if you can blow the engine. You can in some sims I've seen, but I feel like a disconnection or something. Yeah, it's like an engine cutting out, isn't it? You put it that way, maybe. I don't know if I don't think it makes it feel any better, but that makes more sense.
Sorry, you were cutting in and out for me there, Dave. I can barely hear what you were saying.
Oh dear! I mean, the stream can hear me, so it's definitely
the stream can hear you. It's definitely a me problem. Yeah, I mean, I do. There's one team out there. Unfortunately, they couldn't find one of their drivers. Quite literally.
Where's he gone?
I know it very much was. It was a guy who wanted to do the sunrise part of the race. I think it was the Bohemia Motorsport, the 29 car, David Edwards and co. They couldn't find one of their drivers. Unfortunately, there was only 2 of them in the car for 12 hours at that point, and they just called it, pure fatigue, basically, which I absolutely respect and totally get. It's a tough event to do, and those guys, relative novices, certainly 3 of the team. Raced the KA Enduro Winter Series on AC, so this was their first big ACC event. So fair play to them stepping up and giving it a try.
You're going to do it properly, am I right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, indeed. It's been a fantastic race. Like I say, 48 minutes still left to go. Nearly towards the back end of this one now, into the final knockings.
Very minor.
Of this particular race. I did message you telling you I was going to disappear very briefly.
Oh, you did? Look at that. I've just seen that.
Hoping at a point it might actually decide it wants to fix the technical difficulties my microphone is having. Whether it does or not, that remains to be seen. But as far as my understanding goes, the stream does appear to be fine in terms of the audio. So
yeah, that
personally is my main concern. Although it is very annoying that apparently I keep cutting in and out, which is not great. But
so far, so good.
I don't know why I didn't think to just do that at some point yesterday, because it's easy enough for that to be the case. I mean, no one would have heard what you were rambling on about while I left the Discord channel, but
oh well,
that's probably for the best.
Yeah, I think we need to make it a very special mention. Colin Dunn has actually mentioned it himself. So I feel like we're allowed to tell the world now what the 750 team did in the first hour.
Go on. I'm not even sure what's going on.
You don't know? Oh, so about 15 minutes in to the first hour of this epic 24-hour race, Colin Dunn in the 750 Ferrari for positive perception. He had brake pads 1 on.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I did know this. I did see this. Sorry, I was expecting something else. I don't know what I was expecting, but
yeah. So, my heart went out to them when he realised. And fair play to them. They've pushed that Ferrari, and it's up to P15 now.
Yeah, doing a smashing job. Really, really pulled it out. I mean, to be fair, everyone has. The consistency I've seen, especially like I'm looking at the best lap times. I mean, don't get me wrong, the best lap time of all is naturally by the number 1 team, and it's a 57.7. But next you've got 58.1, 58.2, 58.2, 58.5, 58.8. Like, it's pretty like the fastest laps are pretty close, to be fair.
They are, and I can't wait to have a look. We get this results file at the end of every race, which is uploaded to simresults.net, and it gives the consistency. And it's always fascinating for me to look at my consistency week in week and to see, have I improved? Have I got better? And obviously this one's going to be the big one. Who has had the most consistent laps for an entire 24-hour race?
You're obsessed with your consistency ratings. I feel like it's your moral victory.
Consistency is king.
You might finish 7th in a race, but you'll be like, well, I was most consistent, so it's fine.
Yeah, but I've got to take the victories where I can.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. I'm not taking anything away.
I mean, I can't remember the last time I won a race. Oh no, we won the 2.4, didn't I?
Oh god, here we go. We've kicked you off.
I really need sleep.
Go to bed after this. I for one am going to be going out and spending some time in the lovely sunshine. It's lovely where I am.
Oh yeah, no, I'm fully planning a bit of a walk, possibly to the pub.
Yeah, see, I thought that, but it's a 25-minute walk to the one I want to go to, and it's
2 minutes.
Yeah, bit too. I could get to 1 in 10, but the one I want to go to is 25 minutes away.
One of those.
Yeah,
one of those.
Not that everyone needs to know this, but it's along a lovely walk along the canal where I live.
Beautiful. I just have to avoid wild boar.
Okay. Do you ever see?
As David's well aware, I live in a different part of the world.
Yeah, literally different part of the world. I mean, Wales is a different part of the world. I feel like it's different to everything else.
It's not quite Wales. It's just outside Wales.
It's close enough.
It's close. It is close enough.
I'm pretty sure.
I travel into Wales every day.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I drove near your house a few months back, and I was in Wales when I was closest to it. So.
You were, yes, you were.
Yes,
I do remember that.
Absolutely. Right, what have we got then? So we've actually got these couple here, I believe. Oh no, don't worry, no. I'm going to say the closest battles we have on track at the moment are between. Love this. 14th and 15th. Sorry, 15th and 16th, my apologies. So,
okay.
James Buchanan being chased down by Christie Flanker. They're on the same laps at the moment, as is Cocking in 17th, but he is another 30 minutes behind. 30 minutes, 30 seconds.
30 minutes.
Behind. Some of these people genuinely will be 30 minutes behind someone, though, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And then we've also got Fabio Gallimini, who we're on board with now, is chasing Connor ahead. That's about 13 seconds. So, look, if the pace differential's there, it's a definite possibility. Here is the 16 car chasing down the number 750 Ferrari. I have elected to just leave the auto cam on. I quite like it, to be fair. It makes my life infinitely easier.
It's working well. They are chasing down the 750, aren't they? That gap
Absolutely.
is coming down. We had in Izzy from the Knicks Racing series earlier. It might have even been yesterday.
It was last night when I changed the stream over. I can tell you that much.
It was last night, right? Okay. So yeah, her and Chris live. I think they live together. I think they're husband and wife. Honestly, I can't remember. I'm so sorry. It's been a while. But yeah, those guys, we love those guys. They operate a very, very fantastic little community over at the Knicks Racing Series. If you're just getting into sim racing, it's a brilliant place to go. They've got so much helpful hints and a really interesting format for their racing series.
Lovely to see. I'm just going to point out drive through Jason Pooley in P5. Sorry, has also lost P4 to Lewis Robinson. So noticed he was in the pit lane for quite a while. It's actually 2 minutes and 3 seconds he was stopped for in total. So presumably had some sort of pretty hefty cut of damage, and drive through for troubles as well. Don't know whether that's linked. Not sure if that was speeding, because you can get it for speeding in the pit lane, can't you?
You can for a minor speeding infraction.
Yeah. Big speed infraction is stop go. Slight one is drive through. No.
Yes, and that has happened we have unfortunately seen that happen.
I did see a stop go 30 at one point yesterday. Can't remember who it was.
I'm not gonna say which positive perception team it was. But
oh dear, it was you, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't actually me.
Oh, okay.
I was commentating at the time, and suddenly saw a DSQ pop up for my own team. It's like, oh.
I hope you weren't seen to be clearing that DSQ any quicker than any other ones, Mark.
No, we took some time. Complete transparency for you all here. Took some time. Myself, Ash, and Colin. We took the decision that we would remove the DSQ, but my own team would get a stop go 30 for their troubles and 20 seconds added on to their next pit stop.
I think that's fair.
Which we took with good grace and favour.
I'd say that's fair. I mean, it's like you say, you don't intentionally speed into the pit lane with that in mind, do you? It's one of those where you kind of go, and I'm going to use the sensible way of explaining this. Oh dear, I made a boo-boo and I've sped in the pit lane. I can't imagine that is exactly what the driver at the time did actually say.
I wasn't in chat, so I don't know. But it was Tala from South Africa. So there might have been some Afrikaans floating around. You never know.
I was about to do an impression and I really feel like I shouldn't.
Please don't.
No, I'm not going to go down that road. That might get back to the gods of YouTube and shut us down for a while if I try and do that.
Delete our channel. We need it. Oh, where are we? We are 40 minutes. I can't believe it's nearly over. I've got to be honest.
Nearly there, mate. Nearly there. It is almost done and dusted, and you can go out for your walk. And Ash can as well, because apparently it's a 2-minute walk for him to the pub as well.
Oh, fantastic.
I'm just really jealous now.
Well, what I need to do first is catch up with the TT.
Ah, yes. Very, very good. Bit of IndyCar this weekend as well, I believe. There's been a lot of racing on this weekend. It's been a busy one. And IMSA at Detroit as well.
Yep, there's not been a lot of racing over in Germany, I believe.
No, it's potentially on. I saw this. I think it was our friend Tim Fulbrook over at the Only Endurance channel on Twitter mentioned the fact that I think it's potentially, I don't know if it's been confirmed yet, but it could potentially be the shortest 24 hours of the Nordschleife in history, which rather ironically is a year after the longest one in the 24-hour Nord's history. 169 laps and now potentially going to be less than 59, which is mad.
A bit like, was it Spa a couple of weeks ago?
I don't remember that.
Where it was a red flag period for a couple of hours. It might have been the.
Oh yes, it was the it was the WEC, wasn't it, with the Cadillac?
That's it.
And they decided to give time back, didn't they? Which is great.
Yeah, which for the fans, amazing. They had a fantastic time with it. Unfortunately, we can't do things like that in the virtual world. It involves a complete server restart, which nobody likes because then everyone drops onto exactly the same lap.
Yeah, and you have to manually go through and sort out all the entry lists so that you can get into there and all that sort of fun stuff as well. So,
in fact, I've completely forgotten one other person to thank, who's been on standby this entire weekend.
Yes,
Mr. Chris Rock, who runs KCM internet hosting company over in Ireland, who we rent our servers from. He has been absolutely fantastic. He's been on standby just in case we need him after the issues we faced last year with Spa. I have his personal mobile number, and he's putting up a fence in Ireland at the moment. But we haven't.
You're telling me he's not watching the stream?
Unfortunately, I don't think he is. I think
unbelievable.
The fence down, and he's needed to repair it.
Unbelievable.
To stop the dog getting out or something like that.
That is. I mean, that's not really an excuse, is it? I mean, painting your bathroom is an excuse. That's not. Sorry, I can't allow that. I'm obviously joking, Chris. We love you here.
He is fantastic. What a man. If you ever need ACC servers, give him a line at KCM.
Yes.
Something. It's on our cars. Not on these cars, but it's on our usual cars.
It's actually cycling around in the bottom left corner of the screen. There you go, KCM
there
services.
It is. KCM IT services. Give them a Google, mention our name, and you never know, Chris might double the price for you.
Oh God, you've come from Mark's recommended. You go away.
Yeah, don't mention my name. Mention David's name.
I mean, I don't think he knows who I am.
I think he vaguely knows. Vaguely aware.
He's the one who turns. I'm a fair weather supporter of KCM IT services.
Yes, that's the one. I've noticed something interesting with ACC, David. I don't know if you have.
Well, go
on. We need an external shot for this. If we're able to get one auto cameras.
I've clicked it anyway. I might have just broken the auto cam, but I've clicked it anyway.
Interesting. I don't think it's synced on yours. Wow, this is bizarre. No, it slightly has. Yes, it definitely has.
Can you just say what you're talking about?
So, normally, ACC, end of a race, cars look absolutely filthy. They're black from, the tar and all of that, all the pickup you get on track. I've noticed, I'm staring currently at my own stream of my own car. In fact, what great timing that was.
I did that on purpose. I knew exactly where you were going with it.
Look at it, David. Look at that.
It's filthy.
It's filthy. It's white dust on it. Now, this didn't used to happen on ACC.
No, I thought this. Yeah, it does. It used to just be like black marks.
Yeah, this looks fantastically weathered. As if it's been through the gravel trap about 15 times.
This Ferrari of Simtech looks a little bit similar.
Yeah, I am wondering, is it the journeys through the gravel? Is it the dust that you kick up on, entry into certain corners like Maggots and Beckett's here? It's fascinated me. And to all the viewers out there who race ACC, another thing I've noticed, the muck is sinking whenever you exit the server and then rejoin, which never used to happen. You always end up with a pristine car whenever you came back into the server.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. Nice little attention to detail point there, has to be said. I've shifted this back to this battle because this is Aidan Connor and Fabio Gallimini, who are genuinely within half a second of each other after all this time. I had to make sure I checked the lap count before I said anything, but yeah, they're genuinely less than a second apart right now. So this is the closest thing we're going to get to a battle for at least the next few minutes.
So, yeah, Gallimini, that's going to be an Italian team, I believe. I think Gallimini's raced with us before.
Yes, Team SPX. And there are some more familiar names on there as well, because you will know some of these, because like you say, they've raced with us before. Luca Bartolucci, Giuseppe Squatto, Mario Casale, and Nicola Malino.
Brilliant. Yeah, so that's an Italian team racing an American team right now, separated by 0.255.
And a pretty significant body of water as well, you might add.
Yeah, just a small one.
Absolutely, really, really close indeed. I've noticed if you look at the side of the 777 car, I can't zoom in. I think this is a livery that was specifically for one person, because I can see Antonio Gregorelli kind of emblazoned across the rear third of the car. You'll notice it when they come into this corner now. You see it just in white there, kind of 45 degrees. There it is. I'm assuming Alessandro has driven this car before, and he's the one who's decided to use that livery, which is quite nice. I actually really like it. I think it looks really cool.
Yeah, that is really awesome. It's being stalked, however, by a Mustang.
Yeah, a really scary, big fat Mustang. Driven by Simon Wilkes.
Simon Wilkes. What a guy.
See whether Fabio can get the move done here. He's got a lovely run as they come into Brooklands. Ferrari versus Ferrari. He's not going to get it though, although Aidan Connor's going to go very, very deep. There you go. It was, I thought it was going to be I thought it was just going to be another couple of corners where they couldn't get anything done, but never mind. As you were. Off goes Aidan and down to 20th place. Tiredness
potentially playing a part there, do we wonder?
It's definitely possible. It is, like I say, it's been a long old race. We're 23 hours and 28 minutes in. So,
God blimey.
You do the maths. Here's the other battle. This is Crispy flanker right on the back of Jamie Buchanan into the final half an hour. I was about to say there was a couple of them kicking around. So this is that one. As it looks like Crispy's going to go up the inside into Village Curve. He's going to get that move done. Is Jamie going to have anything in response? He's going to take a slightly different line through the loop. Try and get as good of exit as he can. And it looks like it's a fairly decent exit, has to be said. See whether he gets... Yeah, he's still got the slipstream. We'll see if he can get enough of it to get anything done. It looks like Jamie's just a little bit off the pace of Christie at the moment, so that's probably not helping things.
I think he's probably blaming the equipment right now.
I mean, that's rude. I'll take that personally, seeing as it's the equipment I used to use.
I couldn't resist. Oh, Jamie into the pits.
Very late pit stop for Mr. Buchanan there. Wonder if that's why. That's not ideal for them. You don't want to be pitting with this amount of time left and very slowly into the pit lane as well, has to be said.
I think caution was the aim of the game there.
Yeah, the better part of valour, as they say.
Yeah, a pesky drive-through at this late stage would absolutely hurt the team. Now, David, did you hear my interview with Angus Fender?
I didn't know. I know you had a chat with him. I didn't have the chance to listen, I'm afraid.
Did indeed. Something really interesting. Speaking of drive-throughs that came up talking to him. So, obviously, they're in first. They're pushing hard. Let's be honest. How many cut tracks do you think they've had throughout the course of this 24-hour race?
Not one. Zilch.
Correct.
Nada.
Correct.
Yes. None. I knew it. I knew it.
Absolutely incredible. And they have been fighting tooth and nail with the 21 PLR.
I actually didn't click. I didn't click anything that time. That was genuinely really good timing.
Yeah, that was fantastic timing. So we worked together far too much, clearly.
What you and the broadcast app?
No, you.
I didn't do anything. I swear to God, I genuinely didn't click anything. That was genuinely, as you said, the car 21. It went on board with Dean Zinovovich. Swear to God. It's it.
It's listening.
The robots are taking over.
They really are. I'm going to have a quick check through the stream, see if anything exciting. Lisa Louise Keane. Last stretch, everyone. Indeed, it is Lisa. You have been missed on track today. Shame you couldn't make it, but we understand life takes priority.
Thank you to the 23 people who are watching at the moment as well to bring us in.
Absolutely.
Great to see.
Thank you so much, guys. Don't forget, like, subscribe, etc., etc. I'm learning. So
you're getting there. You're getting there. Bless you. We'll make a broadcaster out of you yet, boy.
One day.
What have we actually done since then? In the last 28 days, I think this was 6 yesterday, so we've gained 18 subscribers since we went live yesterday afternoon, which is amazing to see. So
that is amazing.
Thank you guys so much for sticking around, and thank you to those who have subscribed since the stream has gone live as well. Because it means a lot, and I think I said to you, Mark, yesterday. The way I led into that made it sound like it was going to be something really, really like emotional. It's genuinely not. Yeah, it was just that I think coming out of this has made me. I think I messaged you and said I want to get back into doing the broadcasting again because it's just like the interaction with people as you go through and the ability to kind of see this as it happens is just always really great to watch. To see Angus Fender putting a lap on the Wild Things racing car, currently being piloted by Evan and Tapas. Only 3 of them in the team, so Rich Pixley, Denise Pope and Evan in the car. I think they're the founders of Wild Things Racing, I believe, just based on what I saw on Twitter yesterday.
Yeah, and that is why the car is the colours it is.
It's like a Founders Edition version of the car, which is quite fun.
It is the Founders Edition. I remember racing with Denise when she ran the silver livery.
Yeah, I was going to say that was the first. It was silver with black text on the side, I think.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
No, it was. It's one of those like, it's. I think I've said this every single time I've seen this car on track, but it's genuinely a car that you look at and like. There's always cars out there. Like if you look for every single Formula One car, like most people who watch Formula One or even have some sort of interest will be able to draw that car to a certain extent. I feel like in the sim racing space, the Wild Things one is very similar because they've just gone with the same thing and just made little kind of tweaks here and there, and it's worked out really well.
It has indeed. I've just had a message from Colin Dunn. That's quite exciting. Looks like we can try and orchestrate crossing the finish line together.
Oh yeah, I've just got that as well.
Love that.
That basically is just we both got
fantastic. That's going to be fantastic.
That explains why they're all in the same chat in our team Discord. That explains it.
Actually, that was my fault.
You shoved everyone into the same one.
Yeah, I'm just going to look at the stints to see when it was. So at 5 to 2 this morning, when I hopped into the 751 for the first of my double stints. Tala had to go to bed, and Simon was already in bed, and Freddie, unfortunately, was also in bed. So I was going to be on my own. So I made the executive decision, literally as Tala was coming down pit lane. I was like, hang on a minute. I need to be in a different chat on Discord now. So I had to quickly tab out and tab up to the right Discord and just drag in very quickly. Unfortunately, whilst doing that, Tala disconnected from Discord.
Oh God!
And I didn't realise he had a slight error. So instead of getting the usual, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 countdown to give you the car, I didn't have any of that.
It's not what you want, really, is it?
It was all very quiet.
It's less than ideal.
Luckily, I saw that you get the ballast notification that you've got the car. Because we were running a custom bot for this event. It was like, right, I've got the car. Quick, ignition, go.
Of course, yeah. It tells you it's been applied, doesn't it? Which is nice. Just a handy little tool tip for you to see. Very
handy, very, very handy. But the one thing that is still bugging me with ACC is still here, and I had hoped it had been fixed. The experienced endurance racers out there will know this pain, where you have to cycle the F1 key when you get into the car just to get your virtual mirror back.
Yep, I know what you mean.
Please, Kunos, please, can we have a fix for that?
I mean, I imagine they're probably going to deliver AC2 before they deliver that fix.
We can dream,
Just
right?
A gut feeling.
We can dream.
I don't want to be the person who ruins all the fun, but it's just a gut feeling. I feel like that might happen. Massive thank you to Collective World 24 in the chat, by the way. Amazing event, lads. Thank you so much, my friend. Really nice comments, and lovely to see that after so long. We've all been through the ringer, I think it's probably fair to say.
100%. Do you know what? It hasn't rained.
It hasn't rained. What did you say? It was 22 hours and 17 minutes per rain shower.
Yes.
So we've gone slightly past that. You never know. I mean, there's no rain on the forecast. I doubt it's going to change. No. And there is no wind, apparently.
It got up to 5 kilometers an hour overnight, and I was sort of thinking, oh, okay, this is going to get a bit sketchy at night.
Would have loved to have seen some overnight rain.
Yeah, the track actually went fast overnight as well. It dropped in grip levels, which was, I think a lot of people were caught out by that. We certainly didn't predict it was going to happen in our cars. So it was a bit of a challenge, sort of managing your tyres a bit more. And,
it's also managing
slightly adapt.
I was going to say, managing braking points and stuff like that as well is also really important when you get that wind, because a headwind into one corner versus a tailwind into the corner on the next lap. Not really the next lap, but for example, that's a massive change. Like, you're going from having sort of a buffeting element in the headwind to having essentially a little bit more speed in the tailwind. Got to adapt to that. So it's difficult.
You have, and especially with the brake pads suddenly fading on you in the second half of your double stint, as I had.
Yeah, that's not what you want. I'm assuming you changed your brake pads after that particular.
We did, yeah. It was about 10 minutes in, and I suddenly got the dreaded squeal, and my back pads suddenly had the icon of, oh, they're getting a bit worn.
You'll like to hear this. 22 or 23 minutes left. James Buchanan, the 750 car, just hit their fastest lap of the race for 59.7.
What an absolute baller.
Left it late, but great to see. He's actually faster than all but 5 cars in front of them.
That's amazing. Hey, we've had some more donations.
Have we?
We have indeed. We are now over 1,050.
Yes. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Colin. Thank you, Chris. So Chris isn't doing his fence, if that's the Chris R that I'm thinking he is.
Well, you never know.
He better be.
Oh, I love the fact it's my mother that took us over the 900.
Yeah, I saw that, and then massive thank you. So I think in Discord it's Darkness who was in there, because it seemed rather convenient timing that particular donation came through. I will say 2 things, and I mean this in the nicest way possible. Thank you, firstly, so much for that donation, because, like I say, it was pretty significant. On the flip side of that, why did you do it so that we were £2 under the £1,000 target? That that really got to me.
It was gut wrenching, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. I was so torn. It was like that was an amazing gesture, and thank you so much. But why didn't you just do 2 more pounds?
Yeah, yeah.
But I didn't want to say it at the time.
And did another one in the end.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it at the time because it was kind of like I didn't want to feel like that guy who's like, the kid at Christmas who goes, "Oh, thanks for my 30 presents, but I asked for 31."
Oh yes, yeah. Well, I believe you're quoting Harry Potter there.
Yeah, last year I got set. It was. I can't. Yeah, last one I got 37 or something, whatever it is.
Yeah, if Valda was here, she would quote it directly into my ear right now.
I know exactly what the quote is. I just don't remember the numbers.
If anyone out there in chat can look it up, please tell us. Just to save David's sanity.
I'm going to find it.
He's going to find it. Fantastic. I'll tell you what. I'll talk about the action on track. Currently, we are with Ivan Barbato, Team SPX. They are slightly off the pace. They've had some technical issues throughout the event in their 303 Ferrari 296. A fantastic car. And look at that. As if by magic, we go to someone I spoke to earlier who's in for his final stint in the Nix Racing Series 101 Mustang. They also, unfortunately, had a bit of an issue with sticky button where the driver couldn't actually
yeah, I saw this, yeah.
Yeah.
Not ideal.
It was interesting. I hopped onto their live stream and you could hear them troubleshooting. It was absolutely brilliant. I was like, that is teamwork right there. Now, Dingo did say he was going to try and aim for 21st, but it looks like with 20 minutes to go, that 7-lap gap is just going to fall by the wayside.
I was going to say, I don't think that's actually possible to get back now. I think they've run out. I think there's not enough time left, if my math serves me correctly.
Unfortunately, but he was game for it. He was absolutely game.
Oh no, it would be fine. Sorry, it's about 2 minutes a lap, isn't it? So it would be fine for the next 5 minutes if Barbato in the car ahead decided to just not drive any more laps. It was 36 presents he got that year, Dudley Dursley, but last year he had 37. So yes, we weren't far off. I'm not going to do the voice because although that wouldn't get us cancelled, I just feel like to do that voice, I'd need to do it really loudly, and
I don't want my ears.
Rip headphone users and all of what the cool kids say.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Absolutely. Now I have just noticed again. I'm going to choose not to be taken over by the lap counter, but this is a battle for P1. Oh, look, Zina Bovic there going sideways through Stowe. They are 0.7 of a second apart. However, they are 2 laps apart as well, which is a massive shame. Because if you didn't look at that like I did earlier, I'd have been like, oh my god, Mark, hold on a minute, there's a gap. There's a battle for the lead with 20 minutes to go, but sadly there's also 2 laps between them, which is a shame.
Could you imagine that?
Should we quickly red flag it and just keep the same times on track and just do it that way? That'd be fun.
Yeah, right. I've just found out some behind the scenes information which explains why the 387 car, the Tempest racing car, dropped out. And dropped down the order. Unfortunately, they had a disconnect in the last 45 minutes.
Oh, heartbreaking.
And then controls locked for, I imagine, 2 minutes at this track. Absolutely gutted for them.
That is hard. I mean, it's normally 2.5 minutes, isn't it? Yeah, so it's probably not far off.
Yeah.
That is heartbreaking.
That would explain the really long pit stop as well.
It would indeed. For sure. Hello to Mark Noitlings in the chat as well. Oh, hello, boys. I can't not hear that in the tone of the I can't remember who sings it, but is it Shania Twain who sings "Man, I Feel Like a Woman"?
Yes, it is. Oh god.
You know exactly what I'm referencing, though, don't you? You can hear it yourself.
Yeah.
Again, for the sake of everyone in the chat and everyone watching, not doing that. Don't you worry, you're safe.
I think everyone just breathed a collective sigh of relief.
I would not blame them. That average view duration of 13 minutes at the moment would go down like an absolute sack of spuds if they heard me do that.
Absolutely gone. There is P2 Dean. Oh dear, this is.
You've gone to one that's even more difficult.
Let's go to
Nicola Martignoni.
Thank you. Bless you. I'm glad you said that. EOS team 305. Weren't they the ones that were spun really early on?
You are tired. I said that earlier. Said that about half an hour ago. Yeah, no, we.
Oh wow.
I don't actually know. To be fair, you might not have been here. Think of it. I'm going to give you an out. I don't think you were in the chat when I said that, but you are.
I think, yeah.
You are absolutely right. Yeah, it was Carlo Durazio who started that race for them, or started the race for them, I should say, and yeah, so sadly got tipped around by the 29 car, which I think at the time was driven by Maren van Veen, the Bauhinia car, who I think you mentioned had to retire due to driver shortness, should we say?
Yep.
I was actually just about to mention, as Martin only went into Brooklands there, that I could see the BRDC stand, which is where I sat with Colin Dunn. Sorry, I wasn't with Colin Dunn. I was with his mum and dad when he raced in the he's gonna kill us. Welsh Sports Car and Saloon Championship, I think it was called. And he took the Clio out around the national circuit at Silverstone, which was great. It was really good fun. So that was good 2 years ago. It was a hot day as well. It was like 35 degrees, and I watched him get into that Clio. I just felt so bad for him because it was fire on that day. It was really, really warm.
Yeah, well, the big question is, did Colin's mum make you a bacon butty?
Maybe a sausage sandwich, and it was incredible.
Sausage sandwich? She's famed for these.
Oh, honestly, it was incredible. It was like it was a Tesco Finest or a Morrison's, one of the many supermarkets like special brands, and it was like a caramelized. I remember it as clear as anything, as you could tell. It was a caramelized onion sausage in like a floury bap. Oh, unbelievable! And when I got towards the back end of the day, I was a little bit thirsty, and I walked out through the back of the paddock, and there was a Brewdog bar open, which was lovely. So
how convenient!
I had a pint of I think it was a Hazy Jane, which was lovely.
Oh, absolutely beautiful.
It was really nice. Colin, I will add, did not have a drop of my drink because that would be naughty of him.
Terrible.
But yeah, really, really nice day out that was. It was really good fun. So if you ever get a chance, sorry, go on.
We need to do that. We need to have a positive perception meetup. At any motor race event,
preferably one close to me, because I don't want to do lots of driving.
I was going to say the same for me, but I've just realised there's not many racing circuits near me.
We discussed this yesterday, didn't we? At the top of the stream, that there's not really a huge amount in terms of high caliber racetracks, shall we say? High grade. Let's not say caliber. Caliber's not very fair. High grade.
I was going to say I like Castlecombe. I've raced around Castlecombe. A lovely circuit.
Castlecombe is great. I used to live very close to Castlecombe. Used to live close to Thruxton as well. That was the ones I never went to Castlecombe, but I think it's a cousin of mine used to do a little bit of stuff around there. Went to Thruxton quite a few times. Great track. Although, sadly, if you want to watch it, you kind of catch like 2 seconds of the race when they drive past the start-finish or the first few corners, and you don't see them for another minute, which is a bit of a shame.
No, we used to see the British touring cars there years and years and years.
That's what I went to see as well, yeah.
The Alan Menu days and all of that. Myself and my dad would always get tickets for the grandstand at the chicane because
you had to.
Absolute best place to watch from.
That reminds
pass. We always got paddock passes as well, so we go and meet and greet with the drivers.
Very, very good. I must say the that particular corner has seen its fair share of incidents. I mean, last year, I think it was last year. When the BTCVC was there, they had the minis is one of the sport races. Do you remember the mini that went sideways into the chicane? Did you see that?
Yeah.
Incredible.
He was almost followed by my mate who was also racing. And
it was an incredible slide. And I think he got he didn't actually get 2 positions, so I think he had to give them back because he cut the chicane, but that was incredible to watch.
Yeah.
Seen all sorts of stuff up in there. That's there's a it's going to show. It's not really show my age as such, but it's going to show my nostalgia in the fact of I remember there's a Murray Walker like commentary classics video that I used to have, and I've struggled for years to try and find it. I found like clips of it, but I've never found the whole thing. And there is one where it is BTCC. It's like the old like Steve Soper days, like back was that early mid 90s, like Gabriele Tarquini and all them sort of.
Yeah, that would be mid 90s.
Yeah, I was gonna say early mid 90s, around the time when Tarquini went on 2 wheels at Donington Park, and everyone remembers that.
Yes.
And there was an incident between a few of them into that chicane, and I remember them getting spun round, and I think it was Soper. got out of the car and properly had it on with one of the other drivers that was involved in it. Great to watch. You just don't get that anymore. You don't get them fighting like that.
You don't get the infuser. I mean, you do over in NASCAR. I
was going to say NASCAR and IndyCar. You see a lot of it, yeah.
2 weeks ago. One of my favourite drivers, he won NASCAR yesterday. Young Shane Van Gisbergen, as he is known.
Oh, did he win yesterday? Oh, very good.
He won yesterday.
I haven't watched the highlights yet, so thanks for ruining it. But
that's all right. You're welcome, everyone out there.
Spoiler free.
Really not caring right now.
Luckily,
yeah, exactly. 11 minutes nearly to go.
Luckily, there's no spoiler-free cars in this race, which is always a good thing to see. No, I have actually got into NASCAR this year because I watched the Netflix series. I can't remember what it's called now. Full Speed, NASCAR Full Speed, maybe, I can't remember.
Probably.
I watched
so
that.
Many Netflix series.
I know. It's all the Drive to Survive sort of thing, isn't it? But I watched that last about 6 to 8 weeks ago, something like that. And I found it brilliant. I thought it was really good insight into it. And I am now officially a William Byron fan.
Brilliant.
For no other reason than he got into it through sim racing. So.
Oh yeah, yes, isn't he? Did you know they're also doing a Drive to Survive-esque program
on the
centered around the Isle of Man TT?
I do know this for 2 reasons. One, I saw it, but also because I saw you mention it a few days ago.
Oh.
But no, I have. I wouldn't say I've fallen out of love with motorcycle racing. I think with all of the exposure and all of the races that I can watch in four-wheel disciplines, we call them.
Yep.
I just feel like there's too much out there that I enjoy for me to continue to watch motorcycle races. Don't get me wrong. If it's on, I'll watch it 100%. It's always the way. But there was that video, I think someone shared it in our Discord the other day, of one of the TT riders going through kind of the bottom end of town and clipped
Josh Hood, I think.
He clipped the side. Oh, that's my Alexa trying to get involved there. He clipped the curb, didn't he? Probably must have been about 120 mile an hour, and you can imagine the puckering that happened at that point. It was horrible.
New overalls needed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you'd be hoping that he's wearing some sort of brown pair of. Oh no, it's also someone at my door. What have they got?
Oh, that's convenient.
I don't know if I should say this. I'm going to anyway. There's a little girl. Oh, she's gone now. I think it was a young girl who was at the door. It looked like she was selling sweets, and I'm really disappointed that I couldn't answer the door because I would have taken a bag of sweets. But
different world where you live.
Oh no, she ran off. Oh no!
Oh, dear.
I'm so confused. I'm not watching that anymore. I probably shouldn't carry on talking about it either because it's going to get misconstrued. People will start clipping it, and I'll sound like a weird person.
Idiot. I'm going to distract you with a very interesting message in the apologies channel of the Endurance Discord.
Okay.
From Izzy from the Nick's Racing Series team. Apologies for anyone trying to lap Car 101. He's having puppy-based interference.
I know that Izzy is around somewhere. Izzy, please show us the dog.
I've asked. I've said pics, or it didn't happen.
Can you go back and just say, please, can you share a pic, and I'll put it on stream. I want a picture of Dingo in the car being attacked by the dog, please. And if it hasn't happened by the time the next 8 minutes and 36 seconds have surpassed, there will be penalties being applied.
It's a good job I'm the one logged in, isn't it? Apparently he can't drive and wrangle a puppy and take pictures. Are we mad?
I actually nipped out.
Yes, Izzy, we are right now.
I nipped out to Tesco this morning. Other supermarkets are available. And was walking in. I went to grab the trolley, as you do. Start your shopping, all that good stuff. And my partner Holly, she was stood kind of just outside of the little trolley park bit. And I heard her say something, and I didn't hear what she said because I was a bit far away. So I was grabbing the trolley. And came back round and she was like, "You won't believe this." I was like, "Okay, tell me." And she walked in, and as we walked past, there was the most adorable little puppy you've ever seen. Like, I mean, I'll compare it to the one that Izzy's going to get to us at some point. But what she was commenting on, she's actually talking to a mum of 2 kids who were so enamoured by this little dog that they genuinely were just ignoring their mum. And she was like, "Kids, come on, we need to go. We've got to get back. We've got an appointment or whatever. I don't know what it was." And they just completely ignored her.
I have been there with my 2.
I get it. The dog was adorable. It must have been no more than like 8 weeks old, and the guy who was sat there had little treats in his hand, and he was like, the little dog was there, just like you know what they do, like tongue hanging out the mouth, like head kind of head almost as though it's not attached to anything. It's just like bobbling around. Oh, it's amazing. So cute.
Love it. Speaking of supermarkets, have you seen? There's a clip in our endurance Discord, the "I've been to Lidl" clip from the Simtech Racing guys. I don't know if you'll be able to get it on the stream, but
is it the you're losing out to the trolley and actually sorry, this one, right? Okay.
Yeah, it's it's been clipped by the guys at Simtech Racing. If I can get this
onto the social. I can get this on. Hold on a sec.
You've got 6 minutes of the race remaining to work some magic.
Oh, I'm way ahead of you. It's pretty much already ready.
I'm sure the guys are going to absolutely love this.
Just got to find the right window.
I will let them know that it's going on the stream.
Here we go.
Here we go.
This is what we want.
Listen in.
Oh yeah, I should probably turn it up as well.
That would help.
I don't know if this is going to work. Hold on a sec. No, it's not. Hold on. We're doing real pro streamer moves. I'm going to turn you off for a second, Mark, and I'm going to turn this on.
Fine. Go for it.
Here we go.
What's going on with P3 now? I'm sorry, I've been a little.
That's going to be a soundboard clip.
I'm not sure how loud that was. Let me know in the chat if you could hear that properly, because I could just about hear it.
I will try and get that up onto our socials, whichever ones I can get it up onto. It'll be all of them.
I could just about hear you. I've just been to Lidl.
I've just been to Lidl.
Which I thought was quite
P3, I've just been to Lidl. It's now a meme.
Of all the memes, it's a good one. Has to be said.
Picture taken, but cannot be sent to me until after the checkered flag.
That feels like a cheap excuse.
Out, it's a cop out, but we'll let them off. They are in last place, David.
Oh, so I am forgetting the fact that it's not. I thought it was Christie who was in the 101 car, and it's not. I was going to say if Christie was one in the car and it was Izzy who was there, if they are in cahoots, as you rightly pointed out earlier, then I was expecting that would be really simple to get. But no, if it's Dingo driving the car and he's remote, then yeah, fine. I can allow that.
Yeah, we'll allow that one. You won't get penalised now, Izzy. We'll be nice. Unfortunately, David, I've just noticed there's some stewarding I need to go and quickly attend to.
Stewarding at this time? I have to say, I would just add well, you could disappear off, but
I'm just going to mute myself while I deal with this.
It's absolutely fine. I'm just going to pick up on the fact that aside from that, I've just been to Lidl comment. There is actually a picture from, I think it's Mike, who is the one who was in Lidl at the time, which is just before the video came into the Discord chat, that says you are losing out to the trolley in front in aisle 2, which I very much appreciate. Some crew chief based humour, which is never poorly received. Has to be said. Slithery Cow 5 enjoying that one as well. I'm hoping, like I say, let me know if you could hear it properly or not, because if you can't, then I can do a bit of jiggery pokery and make it sound a bit louder. I looked on the mixing board; it seemed like it was okay, but happy to replay. It's still open, so I can turn it back on whenever we want. So then 3.5 minutes left to go. Then Angus Fender and the Rev Sport International team are pretty much done and dusted. It is pretty much in the books now, pending a pretty horrible end to this one. Should be coming home to finish the race in P1. Dean Zunabovic and the first of the two PRL esports teams will finish in second place. Martignoni and the EIS Sports guys in the 305 car will finish third at this rate. Robertson, Paulie, Van Lieshout, Ellis and Tapas, Wilkes and Crinson round out the top 10. Dan Crinson, of course, that one in the AM class, technically, according to the stream, primarily because they are all driving in the same sim rig at Dan's house. It's down in the car at the moment, so yeah, really good to see that. And as I'm assuming that the 20-second penalty is what Mark's just had to apply, because Jason Cocking has been a naughty boy, and as a result has had to receive a penalty for his troubles. So we can see if we can find it. No, it's not going to let me. The replay button has disappeared. As I click there to find it, it's going to search for it. Oh, is this it? Oh god, oh dear. Oh god, I shouldn't have pressed anything. Oh, it's actually searching for it. Right, please stop. Please. Oh god. Right. I should never have clicked that button. There we go. Oh dear. That's better. We fixed it, I think. Right, reminder never to click that button again. James White, thanks for the production today, guys. Massive effort. You are more than welcome, my friend. Thank you to you guys and everyone else who's taken part in this race. It is always massively appreciated, as we all know. Looks like Angus Fender is now coming on to his final lap of the race. He's going to be bringing that one to a close. We'll go on look forward with them in just a second when they get towards it. So, okay, yeah, he's in my team. Was a funny one. It was very, very good indeed, it has to be said. Thoroughly enjoyed hearing that as part of the stream. Always good fun. You love to see it. So yeah, final lap then for everybody. We'll go over to the Aston Martin of Angus Fender, who's going to be bringing this race to a close for the #1 Rev Sport International team. He's done a fantastic job, as his teammates have done throughout this one. Have we got Mark Raddenbury back? Has he just reappeared? Did I hear him burp?
I have. Well, I did a. Whew.
Oh.
I have just done the hopefully last bit of stewarding for this entire event.
Hopefully, if we need to do any post-racing stewarding, I'm going to be very disappointed. You missed the broadcast app have an absolute hissy fit because I tried to find the replay that gained Jason Cocking his 20-second time penalty, and then it decided to. Oh, Joseph, sorry, I'm sorry, Joseph. Could have Jason earlier as well. I decided to try and skip between now, and it was basically, I think it was going back through the replay file, which was quite terrifying. But we fixed it, so it's fine.
Good. I did hear you sort of spluttering.
I was gonna say, I know you're on mute, and I was fairly certain you were still in the voice chat, so I knew something had happened.
It was. Look at that. James White is in the chat. Thanks for the production today, guys. Massive effort. Thank you, James.
You didn't hear me say that then. That's fine. I'm
just going to reiterate it, all right?
There he goes. There's Angus Fender driving in what can only be as defined as a weaving manner down the Wellington Straight for the final time here at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit through the final corner at Luffield to wrap this one up. It's been an absolute consummate display of professionalism and speed from these guys as the clock ticks to 0 and Angus Fender brings the Rev Sport International team across the line to win the Positive Perception 24 Hours in association with the Christie Foundation. Fantastic display from those guys. It will be Dean Zunabovic in the 21 PRL Esports car, and that's Greg Ellis alongside him as well. They're going to be doing exactly what we think the Pos per team are going to do as well and try and come across the line in tandem. It'll be a second place for the Audi, the 21 car. It will be a 7th place for the 218 Ferrari to the right of that screen, and it will be Nicola Martignoni in the EOS Esports car, the 305 Ferrari, that will bring back bring out the 3rd place position and wrap up that particular podium for today. I can see I was about to try and look, Mark, for the 750 and 751. Thankfully, they're actually behind us on track as we are at the moment. So it does give us an opportunity to see those guys cross the line together as well, which is always nice. But thank you to everybody who's decided to stop out for the race. Whether you've raced, whether you've watched the stream, whether you've done anything in between, it's always supremely appreciated. I imagine if I was to go to a couple of the people at the front here, yes, we're going to see some burnouts here. Crinson doing some burnouts. We're going to see Angus Fender doing some as well. That's a lot of donuts coming out there. Homer Simpson will be a very happy man.
I'm not sure Angus has got any tyres left, by the way. He's just drifting.
Was that Dan? Yeah, that's Dan still doing some donuts in the middle of the track. You love to see it. Shout out to car 198, proud of the whole team from Phoenix Sim Sport.
Cars will be the last ones over the line.
No, the number 23 car being driven by Wong will be the last one over. There's another two of the US Sports team's cars coming across the line at the same time as well. Lovely, lovely stuff indeed. Let's go back to the final couple of cars that are coming through. There you go. Simon's dropping back to get Jamie alongside. They're going to cross the line, Alina Stern. And they will be, last 2 cars across the line. I think, actually... No, you are right, Mark. They will be the last ones across the line. There we go. There we go. Job is a good one. Oh, and finally, I can close the broadcast app. I can close the track map that I haven't actually used the entire way through. And, yeah. That can be a job good done. And a job good done. See, even I've lost the ability to speak the Queen's English.
I don't think you ever spoke it in the first. No, I'm joking.
Oh God, no! You're probably not far wrong, to be fair.
What an event, guys! Absolutely, what an event! It's been incredible. I think it's the best way of describing it.
Incroyable.
Yeah, if you wanna speak French when we're in England, yeah, sure.
There's been some French people in the race, has to be said.
That has indeed. This has been a truly international race. It's fantastic to see that we have so many drivers from all over the world. Just absolute thank you for raising so much money for the Christie Foundation.
Yeah, massive call out to everyone who's done anything, whether it's been stewarded, whether it's doing any commentary, whether it's donated, driven, sat in the chat and kept everyone company. Like it is genuinely all massively appreciated as part of that as well. Interestingly, my screen has decided to truncate usernames on Discord, which is really weird. Unless people have started changing them to all being the same kind of format with the first letter of the name and then an ellipsis after it. I think it's an ellipsis.
My Discord is absolutely pinging off the chart.
Yeah, so is mine. This is why I have, not only do I have the little notification ping turned off, that noise is so annoying, but also because, well, I'm on stream mode, aren't I? So I can't hear people join chats. I can't hear people pinging me.
True.
Yeah, very good indeed. £1,053 as we cross the line was the final total. Of course, I'm liking to think, yes, plus what we at least £500 from Dan Quinson and his colleagues through his work as well. So massive thank you to everyone there. I'm sure, like we did last time, we'll probably get a little bit more. So we will share. I'm sure we'll share the final total over social media, etc., over the next 2-3 days. I'd say give people a chance.
Yeah. Give me a chance to digest and possibly have a doze.
Speaking of which, we'll let you doze in a couple of minutes. Let's ramble just in case. Oh, there's the picture of the dog. There we go.
Oh, that is
adorable. Right, hold on a minute. I mean, the pajamas are a pretty adorable decision, although it feels like the wrong time of year to be showing those particular ones off. Right, let me.
At least you're not heel and toeing.
Let's do this. Going to come up with the wrong thing a second. It's not. It's going to come up in the wrong place. I can't find it. There we go. I can't make it. Can I make it slightly bigger than that? We can. Little puppy in the corner of in between, trying to, presumably do a bit of braking.
Yeah, must just be. I want to break. I want to play, Dad.
Yeah, can I get involved?
Love to see it.
That is amazing. Lovely stuff. We put some oh no, I can't put that music on. We'll get copyright straight away. Yeah, bit of music on in the background just to wrap things up. We'll see if anyone comes in for this. We'll give it a minute or so, and then if we don't hear anyone, we'll disappear. Anyone in the chat wants to come and have a natter with us, then you are more than welcome. People saying that Angus's team.
I'm just doing the socials at the moment.
Angus's team is supposedly getting a 5-lap handicap next time round.
Only 5.
I mean, to be fair, they only finished 2 laps ahead of the next people. So
what I was thinking is, we did a custom bop.
Are you going to do a custom bop solely for them?
Yes. Everyone else, everyone gets minus 40 ballast, except for Rev Sport International, who get plus 40.
You can't do it per driver, can you?
And a restrictor.
Here we go. We've got people coming in, Mark. Let's have a natter with some of them. I think it's our winning team by the looks of it.
You crack on. I'm going to do a social media post.
Let's bring them all in. Right, hold on a minute. Come on. Where are you all? James, Jack, and Angus. Congratulations. Wait, I've just lost someone. Who have I lost?
Yeah, James left. I don't know why.
James didn't fancy it.
No.
No.
Well done, guys.
I don't know why. Yeah.
Congratulations to you guys. I mean, the start of the race was probably more interesting than the rest of it for you guys. How was it throughout the rest of it once you decided to just disappear off into the sunset and leave everyone else for dead?
Wasn't as simple as it looked. There was a few strategy dilemmas going on in regards to drive time. We made a few changes on the fly during the race, but ultimately, I think the main ticket in that was we didn't have any spins. We didn't have any track limit warnings throughout the whole thing. So we all just did our job, kept our head down, and kept the car clean. And I think that's what made the difference in the end, really.
Absolutely, and that is spoken like a true race driver in the real life world as well. I feel like there's some media training in that response somewhere.
I've never actually had any, but both me and Jack come from the real world racing scene. He's currently. Where are you in the MX-5s, Jack? Is it second?
Second, yeah.
I was going to say, I thought it was still the MX-5s. How are you getting on with those? Seems like everything's going well.
Yeah,
well, I mean, you're second, so it can't be going that badly.
Yeah, I've got a big gap to the lead because he's doing fair play to Championship leader. He's had a very, very good start to the year. But I've got one win out of it, and very, very close competitive racing. It's a lot about learning how to basically race correctly in terms of you have to manage everything. Everything's a risk versus reward, and sometimes here it's not always worth it. And just you've got a paddock of say like 6-7 hours where you're not racing, and it's almost like this where you've got an endurance race where you're not doing anything for 6-7 hours, and you have to keep your head in the game and be ready to get back in the car at any moment effectively. Same as when you've got real life racing, you've got like a lot of big gaps. It's not like sim racing where you could say have 4 back-to-back races in a row in one night. You've got to be able to manage your head and keep it calm for that extended period of time. So it's really cool to see how, because I think we both, Angus, a bit more karting, but I came purely from sim racing before going into real life. Couldn't quite afford the karting and stuff, so it's really, really cool to see how they transfer backwards and forwards. And coming into a race like this, it's the first time Angus and I have shared a virtual car.
Yeah.
And to be able to come away again, both of our first endurance 24 wins as well. So it's been really, really good alongside Jimmy and James helping along the way as well. I think we knuckled down. The car was really, really good around happy hour as the sun set and the sun rose. So managed to knuckle down in those couple of stints and build gaps and maintain gaps. So that was really, really good around there, and then just settled down for the end of the race.
And talk me through. So no, not a single track limit warning.
No, not one.
It's not. I mean, we all know that Silverstone is pretty ripe for getting those. It's very easy to make a little mistake and extend on the exit of cops or something like that, for example. Like, I'm assuming there was at least a handful of times where you thought you might get one, and you just kind of come out of it and go, "Oh, I don't really know how I've gotten away with that." Was that normally the case, or did you genuinely just not have any worries?
I think we all decided that discretion was the better part of valor, so we push it hard. Obviously, I've just seen the fastest times from the race, and that's pretty astonishing. I'm pretty happy about that from a homemade setup. But like you'd push the car to the edge, but knowing where the edge was important.
Yeah.
So as soon as you knew that you're probably going to be likely getting an off track, lift off the throttle fully, give yourself a chance to lose that time, to lose any time you may have gained. I don't even think we got that many off tracks at all, really. Maybe like sub 15, definitely throughout the whole thing. So all 4 of us really kept our noses clean, and all of us had good pace, good enough to extend in all of our stints. So yeah, it's been absolutely mega sharing with Jack, James, and Jimmy. My first time racing an Aston, and I've really loved it, and I'm kind of hooked on it now, really.
I mean, the Aston, I will always say this, Mark will hate me for saying it, but it's by far and away the best car in the roster in ACC, in my opinion. It is just an absolute beauty. So
just waiting on the Evo.
Exactly, yeah. I'm just waiting to see when that will eventually arrive, because we've seen clips of it, haven't we? But no one's actually seen anything. Which is
no bias at all, no favoritism to a car you like by a sound to it at all. But
definitely not at all. I'm, as every commentator should be, incredibly impartial. But there is no car that marks anywhere near the quality of the Aston Martin V8 2019.
Copy that.
Yeah, we chose the Aston because it is. Yeah, we were actually thinking about the Mustang.
We were.
Yeah, what was the choice behind the Aston Martin in particular? Was that a team decision, or was it just?
Not the clue.
Is it the first one that comes up alphabetically?
Yes, I kind of just looked at it and thought,
that'll do.
Yeah, all right, yeah.
Love it. I mean, there's been some improvements to the Aston quietly by Kunos over the years, so it drives a bit better than it did a couple of years ago. And typically it is one of the safer cars to be able to push over a variety of skill level drivers. Because obviously we had 2 cars, and shout out to a 776 that didn't quite have the same race that we did, but again, as Angus said, I believe earlier in the stream, how the guys hang around and helped us and just raced with us basically effectively. Honorary members of the one car in the Discord channel.
Yeah.
I mean that's part of it, isn't it? It's that it's not just all about putting the laps in and getting to the end. I mean, obviously that's the majority of it, but it's about having that kind of group around you, isn't it? That support you guys in not just when it's going well, but if things do crop up. I mean, what did for you guys, let's face it, but when they do, it's about having that kind of group around you, isn't it? So it's always really nice to see that even though one of the teams, like you say, didn't make it to the end, it was one of those, I think it was one of those classic Kunos bugs, wasn't it? Put them in the wrong car when they tried to reconnect, which is a massive shame. It's great to see they've stuck around and kind of supported you guys to the finish as well, which is always a great thing to see.
Yeah, and it all started from that car actually getting beached at Brooklands, which is a very rare thing you can see in this game. But yeah, they actually were physically stuck, so that's where it all started for that car, unfortunately.
Yeah, see, that's not what you want.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, in sim racing, you're going to get beached in the gravel, but you can get beached on weird bit of terrain here and there. So it's realistic in other ways.
Yeah, we've seen a few odd ones. I saw a Ferrari going down the hangar straight and hit apparently there's a bump that only impacts the Aston and the Ferrari, I think it was.
Yeah, I got launched to the moon in one of my earlier stints. I was just facing straight up, basically. Yeah, no idea why it's there. You can't see it. You can just feel it, and whenever you hit it slightly wrong, it knackers the car.
Effectively, what you can do to negate it a little bit is initially break that input slightly softer so the nose doesn't dip as low as you go over it, but beyond that it's you just hit a bang every single time you hit the floor. Thinking if I was Charlotte Coda, I would be done for my floor being scraped too low, but
I mean, we can have some independent adjudication if you guys want that kind of level of concern over the end of the race results, if that's what you want.
Thankfully there's no floor damage in this game, so you can't go into that.
Yeah.
Be right back.
Don't worry, I'm sure you're very safe. We won't run you over the scales at the end of it.
Yeah.
To make sure that you're all good, guys. But no, look, massive congratulations to you guys. It's it's one thing finishing a race of this distance and kind of caliber, I guess, but taking the win by 2 laps, leading 631 of the 712, and having the fastest lap by nearly a second, and pole position. I think that's what they call the Grand Chelem. So congratulations to you guys. Congratulations to both of you who are in here with us, and congratulations to James and Jimmy as well. And we'll see you for the next one when you win it again, I guess.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure being part of it. Great to support the charity. We hope to see you in the next one.
Thanks so much, guys.
Hold up. Next one?
Yeah.
Give him a chance.
Oh, you know full well there will be.
That's exact. All these
bringing it back.
All these Discords do is, I guarantee you, within about an hour, it will be 24 hour Nords when.
Yeah. Soon
well, when the Aston Martin Evo comes out, you need one of all those.
Yeah.
Are we saying an Aston Martin Evo spec race endurance? I like it. I like that.
What could possibly go wrong?
Exactly. Well, I mean, everyone's in the same cars. It make that a little bit easier, at least.
One of your cars, one of the Mustangs, when they had the DT in the middle of the night, had their lights off. Was that intentional that they were running around with the lights turned off?
No, that was just the standard ACC bug. Because I was in the car,
right,
along with Tyler. We basically had to keep flashing the lights to get them to turn on for anyone who sort of joined. It was just one of those annoyances of ACC sometimes.
Fabulous.
Yeah, we've got AC Evo's coming out at some point, so we'll see if they'll fix for that.
Fingers crossed.
We shall see. Maybe that'll be when we do our next endurance race. But for now, we're going to love everyone and leave everyone. Thank you, Angus Jack, for dropping in at the end there. Really nice to speak to you guys at the end of it, and congratulations again for the win. Mark, thank you for joining myself and everyone else who's commentated throughout this particular race. It's been a busy one. I think it's probably the right way to do it. And really thoroughly enjoyed it. And thank you to, like I say, everyone who's stewarded, admin, been in the chat, been watching the race, been driving in the race. You've all done a smashing job. You should all be super duper proud of yourselves. And I'm not going to say we'll see you at the next one, because that implies we have to do another one. So let's just see how we get on. Let's let everything settle down first, and then we'll see where we're at.
Give me a month. At least.
Absolutely. Well, look, thank you guys so much for watching as always. It's been an absolute pleasure. If you haven't done already, we will continue doing some broadcasts in the future, so please make sure you've liked, subscribed, leave a comment on the stream, all that fun stuff. And they're all VODs now, so you can watch them back whenever you like, and you can share your best bits with us on social media, Discord, and the like as well. So thank you guys. Have a wonderful rest of your Sunday. Go get some sleep if you've raced, or just go and get a beer if you're that way inclined. And we'll see you very soon. All the best. Bye bye.